Yo, what's up, guys? It's been a while. Last week I wasn't feeling well. This week, also not exactly feeling well. Whatever. We're hosting a B-Day carne asada on Saturday. So I wanted to take the opportunity right now to prep some foods that will be good until then. So we're gonna make some mole with chicken, like a red mole. Uh, frijoles, refritos, salsa, macha, y chamoy. And then tomorrow, gonna prep some like al pastor and carne asada. We're gonna make a shitload of tortillas and rice, and it'll be a good time. So, gonna have some family over. Yeah. So, time to work. Oh, yeah, I didn't turn these on. Sorry if the kitchen isn't the cleanest it's ever been. Last night I made curtido. I know we made curtido for pupusas, but that curtido was made with vinegar. For Christmas, my sister gave me this. Ooh, thank you for welcoming us into the Babe Cave. Yep, it's the Babe Cave. And we're here. I'm fermenting some curtido, which is like a cabbage. I got some weights on here. And we've got submerged cabbage and carrots and things. So that's going to ferment until Saturday. And we might have to adjust with a little bit of vinegar. But the idea is it should lacto ferment enough for us to, be able to use it. Anyways, let's get this shit started. I've got some chicken thighs over here that are thawed out. And we should also start off with the mole, because the mole is going to take the longest amount of time. And it probably won't exactly be done by the time we finish, but it will be in a way that it is presentable. If that makes any sense. Oh, you know what? And I also forgot to soak these, because I'm an idiot. So, whatevs. Oh, wee. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I'm going to put some tunes on. Listen to some Brad Mildew. Mildew? I don't even know how to say his name. Piano guy. Oh. Following because you're the first twerp fan I've seen. And that's amazing. Hey, yeah. I love twerp. TWRP. They're very fun. I've seen them once, a couple years ago. But I've been listening to them since, I don't know, 2016. Yeah, I got this shirt. I guess I got this shirt back in 2018. Planet Booty. Yeah. Planet Booty opened up for them. It's kind of funny because I know Twerp got a lot of their start, or like a lot of notoriety from, Danny Sexbang and all the Game Grumps people. And so there was when Planet Booty opened for them, they were surprised to see how many younger people were in the crowd. And so because I was the only person who was very obviously like an adult, and they're like a very sexual thing. Obviously, Planet Booty. So they were being very sexual at me because I was the only visible adult. It was kind of funny. Sorry. It's been a little bit of listless, kind of all over the place this past week. I think you can make these go faster if you pour boiling water on them, if I recall. I knew I was forgetting something. But it's alright. We'll get there. Just want to make sure, yeah, to get all the debris off. That's what I want to do. Couple pounds of beans here. We'll get the kettle going so we can pour boiling stuff on that. Let's see, where's the kettle? And then we need to get everything together. So we've got almonds. Let's see. I'm following a Rick Bayless recipe for slow cooker red mole for chicken tacos, but we're not going to use slow cooker, which is fine. We want half a cup pork lard. I got some bacon fat we're probably going to end up using. We want mulatto chilies. I think I got mulatto in here. Those are morita chilies. Cascabel chilies. Hoja de aguacate. Mulatto. Mulatto chilies. We're probably going to end up using all of those. How many do we have? One. Yeah, we'll just use all of those. Mulatto chilies. Ancho. So I got a big bag of pasilla ancho. So we'll use some of these. So pasilla, ancho. So we've got ancho and pasilla. Are there any other ones? All right, and then yeah, okay, we'll get all that going. All right. First things first, we need to destem and seed these, and I'm going to also get something else going here. I would normally like to use my enameled cast iron, but I need to immersion blend this at some point, so I'd rather not do it in that. Sorry. Just need a little container for all our seeds and discards. Let's use this thing. Sorry, I'm kind of out of sorts. Damn. Knife. Cuchillo. So we've got our mulatto. We need 3 ancho, 4 pasilla. So the ancho are the long ones, and the pasilla are the. It's just pasilla. Okay, great. 1, 2. Let's use some bigger ones. I've also got some other secret weapons, tools. Here. I'm going to actually use a couple guajillo as well. Oh, I grabbed another bag of pasilla ancho. Let's see if we've got any anchos in this one. You fucking kidding me? Am I dumbass? What the hell is... You know what? We're just going to grab more from this first bag. And I'm going to embolden it with a little bit of guajillo. It's not a big deal. Let's add a couple of those. This is an ancho, right? It's long. Long. These are anchos for sure. Right, because the pasilla is a poblano. Ancho is a Anaheim. That many peppers? I don't know. It's fine. None of these are really spicy. They're just meant to be fruity. They're supposed to give a lot of flavor. And that is not the last you will see of these peppers tonight. We're going to be doing a lot of destemming peppers. I'll say that. So that was all our bacon fat. I'm probably going to need a little more oil, so I'm going to go in with some olive oil. And we'll just heat off a little bit here. Try to accumulate a big pile. So apparently you just cover it in boiling water and then you let it sit for like an hour or so. Should give us enough time to try and get all our other shit together. This is what you want though. It might seem harder if they're more leathery and less like papery, but you want that. You want them to be like fruit leather. That means it's good pepper, right? Like these guajillos are probably not as good because they're crack and crackle, whereas these, right? I can almost see like the paste of the fruit within the dried chili, right? That's what we want. I have made Rick Bayless's black mole before, and that's like the real deal, full on mole, where you take everything and you meticulously toast it to the point of almost burning. And then you take all the seeds and you light them on fire and you use them, mix them back in and everything. I did that whole deal for Christmas a couple years ago. Takes many hours. Hey, it's Uncle Stinky. Nice to see ya. Sorry I was gone last week. I wasn't feeling well. We were going to make hot chicken. And now those chicken thighs are going to become chicken mole tacos. Don't need to get all the seeds off, but as many as we can help. This is not as good of a pepper. Something you also want to be checking for when you open up your peppers is mold. Sometimes there can be mold. So you want to be looking out for that. Especially if you're getting like loose peppers or loose dry peppers or things from a store and you don't know how long they've been in there or whatever. Although I think the mold would probably have accumulated during its drying process. But, you know. Just gotta inspect your produce and stuff. That's kind of how it goes. Put the rest of that on there. we go. That's what we want. Let's see if I can open this up. Almost more like. Not only to check for seeds, but we can, yeah, this is a good pepper. We can flatten it out, right? Open it up. That way when it toasts, it can toast a little better. All right. Put the heat back on. Just put this back over here. Just double checking. Prepare mole base. Lard. When hot, add chilies, garlic, almonds, and raisins. Stir slowly, continuously until chilies are thoroughly toasted. So we've got almonds. We've also got some raisins over here. And then garlic. How much garlic did I ask for? I mean, I can guess, what, probably 5 or 6. Yeah, sounds good. That's a bad one. It's probably enough garlic. skin. Come on. Save that for another time. Hate when it breaks into a million little guys. Not sure why there hasn't been more selective breeding to make garlic just be one. I guess that's elephant garlic. Is that what that is? Where it's all just like one or two cloves. Yeah, billion little fucking things. So frustrating. You know what? That's enough to start with. Okay, so we need our chilies in the pot. Get the heat going a little more. And we don't need to be, you know, breaking them into little bits because it's going to end up basically stewing for a long time. We also don't need to exactly rehydrate it because it's going to do that here. So how much? Okay, lard, chili, 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 garlic. We'll just add some more garlic we got right here. I'll add some more later. 3/4 of a cup of almonds, half a cup of raisins. God. These are just raw, unsalted almonds. Most of a cup. That whole clump, just like that, yeah. It's about half a cup of raisins. I was gonna save this container for something else, but it looks like we are quickly overflowing liquid on these. So Get more water going in this thing. You know what? We'll just top it off. Just want to make sure there's no exposed beans, right? That means that those aren't getting what they need. Just toasting up these chilies. Add tomatoes, spices, chocolate, and bread. Oh, we don't have bread, but I was going to add some store-bought tortillas instead. It just needs to thicken things up. We do have tomatoes. So I've got some home canned tomatoes. There's a little bit of basil in the bottom of it, but it's nothing much. I think it should be fine. Go for a Coke. And probably it would be good to wash my hands when you're working with this many chilies. If your fingers are still particularly spicy, you can go alternating rounds of oil and soap, because the capsaicin is fat soluble, right? So you can dilute with oil, and then you can wash and take away with soap. Toasting. Maybe turn the heat down a little bit. Looking for the chilies to all kind of change color, lighten up a little bit. They should be a little lighter. I'm seeing a lot of color on our almonds and our raisins, of course. Just looking for a little more on our chilies. Yeah. All right. San Marzano with cherry tomato passata from September 12th. I believe that was my first stream. It's been a hot minute. Smells great. Just want to make sure we don't get anything sticking on the bottom. All right. And then from here, it says we can add our spices. What are our spices again? Because this is where things start to slow down, right? Add spices, chocolate, and bread. Spices are cinnamon, black pepper, anise, and clove. Yeah, anise and clove. Okay. So we will get those going. In the video, he does it with a pestle and mortar, so why not us as well? So let's see, how much cinnamon? Canela. We got canela, anise, black pepper, and clove. Okay. Scouring through my whole spice bin. Black pepper. And we've got a deal of clove here, I'm sure. Okay. Just want to get this in a steady state thing because this needs to cook down for about at least 3 hours before we can blend things and add stock. And the stock won't even take that long to make, if I'm going to be entirely honest, with our chicken thighs here. So. Okay, so I'm just going to kind of palm these out. So it's like a teaspoon-ish. Similar amount of cinnamon, what we want. Let me use more than half of that. Let's just use the whole thing. We want anise seed. Yeah. These are basically all equal parts. And then a quarter part clove. So. Okay, that looks about equal to this black pepper. And then, yeah, probably just a couple cloves, if I'm going to be honest. Let's do 2. 1, 2. It's like a teeny one here, like a part of one. Nope. You go back in the bag. That's too many. All right. Now we'll pound this thing out. Get it in there with some chocolate and some tortillas. Should I toast the tortillas? Yeah, might as well. All right. So these are just some straight up stale ass store-bought tortillas. They have their uses, and this is one of those uses. So it said a slice of hard toasted bread. We're just gonna scatter some tortillas on this and put it on low broil, and that should be well toasted by the time we're done with this. What do we think? This look like a slice of bread amount of tortilla? Kinda. Just gonna huck them at this thing. And I'm going to add a little bit of Smith & Cross to my Coke here. Coke Zero and Smith & Cross is a wonderfully dangerous combination. A lot of light upward currents of energy. You know what I mean? Coke Zero, it's like has no calories. With overproofed, funky Jamaican rum. Gets your energies going. Just be careful. I'm going to cut the temp down again here. This is why we always measure a little bit too much spice. So that way when some of it winds up on the floor, we don't care all that much. Don't want to burn them. I will say after, doing some Thai food and some other things, this pestle and mortar is starting to become a little more workable. You know what I mean? You want it to do the work, right? Right, I don't want to be... What is it? It's like boxing, right? You don't want to punch through the bag. That's how you break your hand on a guy's face. All right, we've got a pretty decent powder here. Black pepper, cinnamon, anise, clove. Should do. All right. And then there's some chocolate. I've got some like baking cacao stuff. We also did just get some abuelitas. Just go for one of these. Excuse me. Okay, spices and chocolate. How much chocolate? About a third of a 3-ounce tablet. Okay, roughly chopped. So a third of this guy. I've got something up my sleeve, which is why I'm not exactly measuring the spices, and I'm not too worried. So we're going to go with half. And we'll take the smaller half. Right. Because the chocolate and the cinnamon and the spices are supposed to play background to the fruity. We're just trying to bring out the fruitiness of the peppers, right? That's what mole is. It's a celebration of peppers. Chocolate. All right. Gonna start mixing this back in. Nothing's sticking to the bottom. Everything's looking nice here. So it's going to want us to add some sugar and some salt here. And in place of using salt, I'm going to use something that is salty. Something I've been working on. And some of you guys might recognize it. I made a batch of koji a while ago. And I did something with that batch of koji. Where the fuck did my... Is it hiding? There it is. You think you can hide forever? Guess again. I haven't checked in on this for a little while, but I did add a little lock to it. This is a miso I've been making, or I made, and it's been aging. It smells pretty good. I think I might skim some stuff off the top here. I added some salt. Just for safe measure. This is a miso made of a bunch of rehydrated peppers and roasted bell peppers. Just gonna scoop it off the top. Sorry, there's a little bit of a skin on the top. We have more than enough of this to go around. Just trying to... I'm a newcomer to this land of miso, somewhat, perpetually, by the nature of the arrangement here, but let's grab ourselves. Just doing some fermentation maintenance. Let's get to clear things off. I left this with this lid over the top and a sprinkle of salt on the top layer, but it smelled a little musky or oxidized. Let's try this. Yeah, that's what we want. Whoa, not spicy, just fruity, fruity tooty. Whoa. Here, let me get a second opinion from producer. Try this. Pepper, Not spicy.
A lot of like
Umami. Cool. Awesome. Well, this is going to be a easy, right. Instead of the salt it wants me to add, I'm just going to add a big scoop of that. And there we go. I'm also going to wash this off here. Our current lid. I'm just going to actually set this over here because I'm going to use this tomorrow for more prep stuff. But that should be really good. That should help us considerably in our war for flavor. So we got our chocolate, we got our salt or spices, we have our toasted here's one. There we go. Yeah, we want it crunchy. We want it toasted. All right. I'm also going to do up some water here. Okay. Set a couple cups of water. This is like a little over 4 cups. There we go. There's our couple cups of water. Trying to think if I'm missing anything other than our. Smells good. Okay, I'd say the rest of these are pretty well and toasted now. Yeah, we're starting to get into the zone where you would smell burny qualities from these. So I would call them heavily toasted. And from here, oh, we need to add azúcar, sugar. I have some demerara sugar here, so close to piloncillo. I think I have piloncillo around here as well. You know what, let's just use that then. It's in one of these bags. Sorry, I went to the fucking store a couple times trying to get everything ready for this. I'm almost certain we have piloncillo around here somewheres. If not, my apology. Nope. Okay. Back to the demerara. All good. How much piloncillo or sugar? 3 tablespoons. Rick Bayless is very clear in his mole videos that sugar is an important ingredient. We need sugar to help bring out the fruitiness of the peppers. It is non-negotiable. And a decent amount of sugar at that is required. Now we just want everything to meld for several hours before we blend things up and add our chicken stock. And then we want to immersion blend and add a couple cups of chicken stock. And then add another couple cups. Does he want us to strain it? Blender. Blender is possible. Pour blended mole back into the crock. Okay, so we're not even straining this. Alright, that's fine. It's a bit of more of a slapdash kind of mole recipe. It's supposed to be pretty quick as far as moles go. So I have a lid, but unfortunately the lid is on another container, which has something that I think we can... This is the fruit salad from a couple weeks ago. I'm actually going to just toss this in the compost here. There's not a lot of it left, but didn't quite get around to eating the fish saucy stuff, so that's fine. Sorry, I got too many containers and jars and fucking bullshit. Yes, this is fine. This can just go right on that. That's all good. Okay. And then from here, I wanted to use this for the frijoles because I need to mash them in the bottom. I guess we don't need to boil them in this, though. We just need to refrito them in it. If that makes sense. But this guy ran its course. So we're done with that. We liked it. I think I made too much of it. I didn't realize how intense it would be. I thought the fruit salad would be the thing that made everyone, gave everyone some pause, some reprieve. But it turned out that the fruit salad was just as strong as everything else. And perhaps the reprieve is like, I don't know, taking a break or eating rice, plain rice. Sorry. Taking out the compost. Okay. Compost taken out. All right. I've got this going. Time to... Oh, you know what? Yeah. Let's do that then. You can use this for something. I'm forgetting myself. We will have all burners going at all times, as God intended. All right. For this, we can do our chicken thighs. Start making our stock here. Whoops. I didn't realize there was a plate underneath that. That's my fault. Casualty of war. Damn, I like that plate too. I'm gonna need to sweep this up. Don't want to get glass in my feet. Or ceramic rather. This was underneath the thing and I went to pull it. It was underneath that to catch water, but that was bigger than this. So it looked like it was covered, or it just looked like there wasn't anything under it. So I pulled it and it just fell on the ground. I'll get you another one. Sorry. At least it didn't wind up on my foot.
Yeah.
That could have been really bad.
Another thing.
Yeah.
To get from IKEA.
Yep, another reason to go back to IKEA. Oh no. I have to go back to IKEA. That is everything on its way out over yonder. All right. All the ceramic has been removed from the floor, or as best I can. All right. You got to live and learn. These were all portioned out, washed off, all that good stuff. So we just huck it all in. Oh, damn it. I'm getting chicken juice on things. That's not good. I'll have to re-clean some things here. It's all right, though. This thing can go on a heavy boil here. Is it still hot? No, that's not hot. Okay. Quickly filling up all our spots with things. I'm going to add some salt to this. Just some light flavoring, right? Because basically our chicken will be on its own and the mole will be on its own, and they'll then we'll add the chicken stock to the mole, but the chicken and the mole will remain separate for the most part until like about 10 minutes before you make it. Just kind of how that goes. So and I'm actually going to start moving some of these things around a little more because we're going to put the beans here, have the chicken there, the mole there, and then this is our free space to work on stuff. Because the beans, it's about time for them to start up. And I only need this on a low, like medium low. This wants a hard boil, and this can boil full on. So these two should be these two. Okay. Now we're gonna grab this guy. And once again, just kind of rinsing these guys off. I know the loose proteins from soaking end up being the ones that make you all gassy. So that's why you soak and then you rinse and all that stuff. Okay, and we're just going to end up boiling these guys in this one, and then it's going to go into another thing with some, sauteed onions and peppers and stuff, and going to get mashed up and a little more cooking, and then it'll be done. Right. So this is our boiling vessel. All right, you're fine. Okay. Added some salt to that already. I wanted to add a little bit of vinegar. Vinegar. Okay. Okay, yeah, we need to add some aromatics. Yeah, okay. So we do have some aromatics to add to this. I have some hoja de aguacate, olla, avocado leaves. We'll add a couple of these. Some of the big ones. About 3 of those. I've also got some epazote. Where did that go? Hoping for the whole leaves, but they didn't really have those, so just gonna kind of add these. part of a white onion here. Gonna add like half of one. Some garlic. And bay leaves. And that should be good. Maybe a little salt. I didn't add any salt to the beans. Okay. The chicken juice and everything is right there. So we will use this corner till we can get that going, and then I'm gonna rinse all this off, and I'm probably gonna end up washing some stuff. And then we'll get to making some salsa macha and chamoy. God, that is ambrosia. Coke Zero with Smith & Cross. Whew. Gonna add a little bit, actually, right now to the chicken before I forget. Just some apple cider vinegar. A little dusting of Mexican oregano. Some cumin. Just a little bit, right? Just to give it a little something to say. We don't want the chicken to taste like nothing, right? And some black pepper. And then we'll get to the bay leaves. We'll add some bay leaves to both of these guys. Then Laurel. Laurel and Hardy. Where you at, buddy? I know I just got a new bag of them at some point not that long ago because I was out. There they are. So they sit so flat, they just go vertical. And then you just kind of... a couple of these. Okay, cool. Let's... something we can... Oh, and the scum. Yeah, we'll skim the scum. We'll do that. That's doable. I got a spider. I'll just leave it like that. And this one we'll use on this. All right. Sure the rest of this onion will find a home somewhere. Probably in the rest of this frijoles refritos. But for now, we only need half. We'll just cut it into quarters. Drop them in. It's a little scum skimmer guy. I'll just set this up right here. Especially want to start skimming this off as early as we can because we're starting to get some like really good fat rendering, right? And we want to keep that fat. And the fat will sit on the top and the scum will sit on the top, and you know, you're going to end up throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We don't want that. We'll check in on that later. Everything's basically going. Here, I got a lid for this one, so we'll leave it cracked. Here, garlic. That's what I'm missing here. All these teensy cloves. Fucking hate these. Giving up on that. Screw it. I don't care. Let's try and find bigger cloves somewhere else. And I'm actually going to turn the fan on because sometimes it can get a little foggy in here. That's probably enough. And we're just going to give these a nice little smack. All right. I'm going to spend a good 15-20 minutes to just clean a bunch of stuff up. And then we should be able to start making some chamoy and salsa macha, which will be very nice. Oh, I forgot. Cocteles. There were a couple ones that I was thinking of, but I think we have everything we need for them. So, might be a good time to have a first try of a cocktail here. Try to hone in on something. Something good for carne asada. We got that smoker back there. I'm gonna be cooking a bunch of meat on it. I got some of those like vertical meat like spits with like a plate on it because I can't do the spinny guy, but I can at least set up the al pastor vertical. You'd be surprised, but chisels are actually really helpful in the kitchen from time to time. And it is actually getting kind of hot in here, so I'm going to crack a window. Get this little guy in here. Let's see if we got any more scum. Scum me not. Good evening. Howdy. Welcome. All right. This is clean, you said? Housekeeping. All good. Gotta happen. Looks like that needs to be cleaned. A little more elbow grease required. That's fine. I want to use that, so if I want to use it, I should clean it. Makes sense. There we go. Just need some steel wool, cuff love. almost done, I swear. Thank you for your patience. All right, finally, we can come to the cutting board. Do a little bit of is rolling boil. Okay. The knife is good. It's just the corner of this got chicken juice on it. Just kind of want to get a good clean slate going. Cool. All better. Nice and clean. Cool. I think we're just about done skimming scum. Make this over here though. Chicken smells good though. Things smelling wonderful. We'll get a hot pad for this guy. Just want to make sure we get it clean. Don't want to leave our Cast iron's dirty. Bad practice. Worst habit. Alright. This looks like it's chilling pretty nicely. Alright. Cool. Let's do a cocktail. There were a couple things. Let me check I had some saved stuff. Let's see where we're at. Some of the saved things. On Instagram, I don't know if you know it, but there's a shitload of stuff on Instagram where you just look at cocktail things and then it just shows you new cocktail things. It's pretty cool. Let's see, there were a couple. There was... Okay, I don't have any ginger syrup, so I can't exactly do that. But it does have tequila. And there's... Oh, yeah. Okay. This is a Negroni variation that calls for Blanco tequila. And then you split your Lillet with Saint Germain. Let's try that. It's called the Enter the Drip. A bright and floral Negroni-like sipper. Sounds good. So we want... I think it used Bitter Bianca, but we don't have that. That's all right. We have Campari, which is totally fine. I believe we have Campari. Where the fuck is the Campari? Wait, you used all the... No, I didn't use all the Campari. You used all the Campari. Fucking... Sorry, I need to get a new... like bar cart. It's kind of hard to find things in here. And by get, I mean make. I need to make a new bar cart. ¿Dónde está la Campari? I've seen her. Cimarron. That's our Blanco tequila. I really don't see the Campari. Am I blind? Where the fuck is it? We just had Campari not that long ago. Oh, here it is. It was facing the other direction. Okay. So it's equal parts, except our Lillet is split with Saint Germain. Still working with this Lillet. Doesn't smell good though. I think it's still good. Alright. So we're gonna grab an ounce, half ounce. Or itty bitty one. This isn't exactly a chamoy modifiable cocktail, but we're looking for, you know, tequila variations of things. All right, we got our salt and a glass. Rocks glass. I didn't make any new ice. There's no ice anywhere. I didn't make any new ice. Past here. Okay. We don't have a rock, but we've got these giant diamonds of ice. We'll just grab a big shard out of this. Big. Here's a big piece at the bottom of this thing. There we go. This is like rugged. Look at that thing. Let's see. That looks like a big old rock. Okay. An ounce of our Campari. Ounce of cimarron. Pretty decent. Workhorse. Blanco. And then we got a half ounce of Saint Germain. I fell in love with Saint Germain as soon as I tasted it, and it is too good to the point where I am almost averted to it when it's called for in a cocktail because it just dominates everything. With this feeling, we're not going to be able to taste any of this Lillet if it's equal Lillet. But, you know, got to try it as the spec says, at least to start out. Right, and then we can adjust to our tastes. I just feel like it's like almost cheating, right? It's like easy mode. Right? And it's not that it's bad, right? It's good. It's just it's good in the same way. Almost every cocktail I've had that has Saint Germain in it tastes great in the same way, in the exact same way. So, if I could find a different application or a different way where it like comes out in a different feel, then I could be excited about that. Otherwise, all we have to be excited about is making something taste great the way it always tastes great. Not a lot of experimentation allowed in that instance. Okay, this was truffles on the rocks. So let's see this. See? This is good. Okay. Cool. The Campari and the Saint Germain do battle. And they don't overpower. One of them doesn't overpower. The only thing I can say about this, though, is Campari is a bit sweet, right? Because you need it to back up that bitterness. And the Saint Germain is also rather sweet. So I feel like I want to lengthen this out with something, right? It almost feels like viscous on my mouth. The mouth feels a bit syrupy. I don't know. But I do like that. And the Saint Germain doesn't just taste like, it doesn't taste like a nothing Saint Germain cocktail. So that's a good one. All right. Let's check in. Let's pull this over. Add some liquid. Take an inspection. Yeah, add a little bit. This is a little bit high. Got a little bit of stickage on the bottom. Add a little bit more water. And we're just going to keep this off the heat for a little bit. Yeah, a little bit more stickage than I'd like. just get a little distracted. I put this on like low heat, and the bottom of this is rather not where I'd like it to be. We're gonna keep playing with this, trying to get it to a bit more of a smooth bottom. Smells really good though. We'll check back in on this in like 15. All right. Salsa macha. I think that's a good one. Let's do that one. So this is like a Mexican chili crisp. Raw peanuts, dried chilies, sesame seeds, vinegar. Okay, so peel a bunch of garlic. That's what I'm seeing here. Back to the garlic well. I'm just straight up giving up on that other bulb of garlic. It's just all little teensy weensy guys. It's for another time, not right now. So it said a whole bulb of garlic. So let's go with this one. whole bulb of garlic. We need peanuts, sesame seeds. Checking back in on this. Make sure we get a clear bottom here. This is one edge. Kind of sticky. Just taking good care of it, making sure we don't screw it up, right? Don't want to screw it up. All right, fond is fixed. And I'm just gonna add another cup of water here. And we'll turn it back on some heat here. All right. We can also add more water to that. And then basically this salsa macha, instead of the hot fry of chili crisp, it's more of a confit where you like slowly, lightly boil in oil, right? And we're using olive oil, so that's part of the reason, right? If we wanted to do it in something a little hotter or with a higher smoke point, yeah, if we wanted it hotter, but we're not there. So 1.5 cups of oil. I'm just gonna grab the whole fucking thing. Oh yeah, we got a new deal of aceite. That's from something else. All right. Just a little more unfamiliar with this, so I'm going to try to follow this a little more exact. Whereas other things I can be a little more hands off with. Medium low. add garlic and peanuts. Cook gently. Okay. Let's get some of these peanuts. You want? I know we've got some peanuts in here. We have less peanuts than I anticipated. But we do have some other things that might suffice in a pinch here. So we're going to go a little off the script and get a good distribution. It said we wanted 2 ounces. So, not a ton, but, Okay. I'm just going to weigh these out. And I'm not sure if, like, the liquid ounce versus the real ounce versus the whatever ounce. And I've got some pistachios and some macadamia nuts here. So we might even be able to kick this into high gear. So it looks like we have, not quite an ounce. So we're going to add some other things. This is going to get it blended up anyway. So it's not like it's a whole big deal. I'm going to add some pistachios. And a little bit of macadamia nut. How about that? Should be good. Not exactly traditional, but it will work. And it'll be very tasty. I'm sure of it. It'll give a good broad spectrum nut flavor. There we go. Cool. 2 ounces of nuts. I'm happy with that. The flavor on that is good. Not just a Saint Germain dominating the show. All right. So we are good to fry light, medium, whatever heat it said. A whole bulb of garlic. We just want a light sizzle, so I'm looking for bubbles and stopping when I see too many bubbles. We don't want to fry. We want like a light, poach. Or confit, if you are French inclined. Double check in on some of these other things. Make sure we're not mistreating anything else while we're having fun making the new thing, Oh, the new thing is so fun. What are these other things I'm doing? I forget about them entirely. I'm going to turn this heat down quite a bit, actually. And we should be able to move forward with that after our macha. Okay, and then, so I know people like to make their salsa macha very hot with chile de arbol, but I like, Rick Bayless, to quote him, I like mostly guajillo and or cascabel chilies with a few arbol. So we will do a mixture of guajillo, cascabel, and arbol. Arbol are the ones that tend to be more like Thai chilies. I guess it wants the ounces again. So we'll do a couple ounces. Our weighing guy. And we're gonna pull another. I'm just gonna grab like this thing or whatever. Just for whatever reason, it's easier to work over this. So I've seen somewhere it's like all audible, and it's like, it's really spicy. These are actually japones. They're very close. Thai chili. Actually, I'm gonna do some guajillos and cascabeles first, so we can vacate some space. And guess what? Chamoy also has peppers, dried peppers in it, so we're basically gonna just keep doing this. I'm gonna switch it. Turn the heat down again. Actually, turn the heat off. Too much bubbling. We want it pretty light. Now let's do some cascabeles. Here, you know what? And let's try to go for even thirds. How about that? That's probably a good distribution. When you don't know what to do, pick about equal parts all things. Grab a smaller one here. All right. I haven't worked with a lot of cascabeles. I see them in a lot of recipes, but I don't end up getting them because you have to go, like, they don't have them at my close by Latin food store, so I have to kind of go further away. Either that or I forget about them, or they're also not in the grocery store. So it's just one of those you don't find all the time. teensy one. All right, we're at just over 1.33. So last third. Japones, arbol, what have you. I'm gonna clear out my whole bag of Japones. It's gonna be funny. Dude, these don't even like register on my fucking scale. Fucking. Oh, here I got it. We're back. All good. Okay, if this scale goes out again, I'm just gonna call it on these because I feel like it's just not registering how much they weigh. And I've gone through like a couple handfuls of these spicier peppers. I get they're small, but they are also spicy. I mean, yeah, I must have put like 20 of these in there. I'm just gonna fill them up with the other stuff. That's just what we're gonna have to do, because I'm not trying to die or kill all my guests. Not very wise. Yeah, it just went out again, so. All right. We got about half an ounce left. It was going up the first time when it was at a weight and then registered a higher weight. But now that it was at 0, it was doing nothing. So. What does this do? Pretty good. This one's pretty hollowed out. Great. Very close. Uno más. Guajillo. Good thing these have all been like heated to dry, so that way these seeds are inert. Otherwise my compost would just be full of fucking peppers. I just grow peppers wherever I plant my compost. All right, that's enough. I'm going to wash my hands with oil. I got some peanut oil here. Just gonna use some of that. Just gonna use this for the Nashville hot chicken I was planning on making, but another time. Maybe next week. That'd be a good one. Okay. Another double check. Don't want to fuck anything up. Now, do we? Alright. That's looking pretty good. These beans are squishy. Ah. Now so fucking hot. And they need salt. It's very squishy. That's what you want. try to bring this back up to like a more of a low boil, simmer. Don't want it to get stuck again, but we want it to do something. All right. Got our 2 ounces of chilies here. Let me find another like flat bottom. I guess where was the one I put on here? This guy. Some cabbage on that. All right. Next step in the salsa macha. Until lightly golden. Okay, about 10 minutes. Stir until add the chilies and sesame until they release a toasty aroma, then add a 1/4 cup, add the vinegar, a 1/4 cup of water, and then a little bit of salt. And then you remove from the heat, let cool, blend everything until it's like a only small bits of chilies and peanuts. Okay. So we're looking at, I'd say a light golden. So that means we're good to add our chilies. And sesame seeds. How many sesame? I need to go get more sesame from the store. We don't have. I mean, I got some enough for this, but more would be better. Okay. I said 2 to 3 tablespoons. So I'm just going to put all of this in there. And we just stir. Turn the heat up a little bit. We'll play around with this for a bit. And we've got some balsamic, but I might actually cut it with a little bit of apple cider vinegar because this balsamic is sweet, as balsamic should be. But I think in the American vernacular, when people say balsamic vinegar, they mean red wine vinegar that's had grape must added to it. So we'll do 50-50. I'm gonna add a little more water to this. Cool, and we got this to a light boil. That's what we want. We want like a light boil. Perfect. I think it was going a little too heavy before. I guess I should probably. We were gonna do some Spanish rice later, but I can do a little bit for tonight, right? Sorry, there's just piles of things on the ground. We'll get it picked up. All right, I'm just gonna do a cup here, or one of these cups, because it's the one that came with the thing, and it's not synonymous. It's a proprietary fucking cup, which is retarded, but you know. That's the cup. And this is just like some brown rice. It's not the most elegant of rice. Just trying to fill it up to the thing. And I know we have stock there, but I need almost all that for the mole. So I'm just going to add a little bit of better than bouillon. That might be a bit much if I were to use all that. Let's go back to our spice well. A little bit of cumin. Some of our Mexican oregano. Just gonna add a little bit of chili powder. That's cayenne. Chili powder. Yeah, there's a little bit in here. Just a skosh. Alright. Was I gonna add something else to it? I can't even remember. Whatever. Here we are. Rice. Alright. That will at least be serviceable for tonight, you know what I mean? So all this is in preparation for something else. But, you know. Can't sacrifice everything on the future. Otherwise, you'll never get there. Vinegars. I was gonna use these sesame seeds for on the tacos. I gotta go back to the Asian food store and just get a fucking wad of sesame. We had a big deal of it, but I like putting it in my yogurt with like other seeds and stuff. I just ran through it and totally forgot about getting more. I think it's good. I don't know. I feel like I kind of want to go more though. We don't want the garlic to be crunchy though. We want the garlic to be squishy, I believe. You go too far garlic, it's crunchy, and then it's bad. It's bad news bears. Okay, let's add our vinegar. How much vinegar? And then there was a quarter cup of water in there too. 2 tablespoons vinegar. I'll do 1 and 1. And then it says a quarter cup of water and a little bit of salt. So we got a quarter cup for water and double spoon. Okay. Should do like 1, a little bit more. Oh, that's oil. I learned this lesson, but it told me to do it this time. What the fuck? Ow, that's fucking hot. Steam is a motherfucker. Okay. Vinegar. Vinegar. Cool. Salt. I'm just gonna huck this over here. Salt. I watched him in the video. He said like a pinch of salt, but his pinch is like a big pinch. I don't know. And then that's the better part of a quarter cup. I did a little bit more than the allotted vinegar because I like vinegar. Okay, and we stir around for like a minute and then take it off the heat. It smells good. And we aren't at crunchy garlic yet, so that's good as well. I believe now is also where in the video, but wasn't described here, you can add some other spices once you take it off the heat. I'm gonna add a little bit of oregano. Small handful. Just it's kind of a running thing. Just a little bit of cumin, oregano, put it in everything. Trying to add a little more dimension to some stuff. And now we want it to like come down in temp. I'm just gonna kill the heat on the front here. Well, that does that. Do I have like a metal bottom? Or am I using all my metal bottom, guys? I might be doing just that. Yeah. Okay. Alright. I have an idea. Because the beans are done. Or do I want to save some of the bean liquid? Liquid. Here, I'll use both these. While we wait for this to come down to temp, we can do our bean guy. Just gonna put those through a strainer, and then we'll pick out our aromatics here. because we don't want to be blending, or not even blending, mashing the seeds into, or the leaves rather. Grab another one of these hot pads. Just let this cool. Or is this already cool? I guess that's already cool. So I'll just huck this over here. Oh, don't stick to the bottom. Okay, whatever. Second trivet. We'll save some of the liquid to adjust the consistency later as we like. So that's important. God, it's hot. It's fine. Mainly just want the leaves out. The leaf. I don't really care about the onion. The onion was going to get in there either way. Okay. And the beans will go back in this pot for later. But we will end up using some of these in conjunction with a cast iron, because I've got more of like a deeper cast iron, and then we'll use that. Well, this is still coming down to temp. So we get this guy, and then we can use the potato masher in this, right? Can't use the potato masher in the other one. Or at least not how I'd like. And then all of that will go back in there and it'll all get kind of mixed together. I don't know. We're just playing this all by ear, right? Just trying to figure it out like you. If that's the case, then we can move this onto this one. I don't think I need this anymore, because that was the most chilies. That's all done. Okay. The other half of our onion, some other things. And we need to make this vegan, because we've got vegan guests. Forgot to mention that. Also, that's why the salsa macha is just straight up olive oil. The mole doesn't need to be, because it's with the chicken, so that's fine. Otherwise, I'd be using the pork fat probably for this, even over the mole. But it's all good. Okay. Let me look something else up. Yeah, we're gonna add some garlic to this. Because of course we are. More garlic. It's always good to layer flavors, especially when the boiled onion and garlic is going to really fade into the background. Will not really add as directly as we'd like, right? And that sauteed flavor adds another layer, right? So there's no shame in adding an ingredient again in another form. It's very helpful, honestly. So we're not going to do a ton. Just do like 4 or 5. While our guy's coming up to heat. Oh, that's typically how I do my soups. I'll start with whatever root vegetable and work my way up. Yeah, that's fair. We're just going to start heartier. All right. See where we're at with this. Yeah, we got a bit of sizzle. We'll add the other half of our onion here. It's a pretty big onion, so. And then what it might end up being smarter is just transferring all these beans back into there and then ladling the beans out and mashing them in with this and then adding them back to the pot and then adding the liquid in consistency until we get to where we want. That way we have fewer containers. Just know I want all of them separate for separate reasons, but then I want them all to come back together. Some nicks on these. Sorry, all the peppers. Working with all the peppers gets to your nostrils. The lacrimators. I don't know if that's the same though. The pepper, irritant versus the allium irritant. I know the ones that go in your eyes and stuff, they're called lacrimators, but I'm not sure if that's the same for the peppers. Couldn't tell you. Nice move. Which move? Now that we have everything out, I think we're gonna hot swap these back into the pot. Yeah. Whoop. That's hot. I don't even know how to do this, but it's so hot. Here, I'm just gonna huck them in. Yeah. All right. Then we can ladle it out of here. And play with our liquid. Oh, transferring stock ingredients in different forms and putting them back in at separate intervals to hold that flavor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like we said, they need salt. So I'm going to add salt to this. Fair amount of salt, actually. And then we want to double check in on this. Don't want this going hard again. Yeah, this is hot. This is the front one. How did it get so fucking going? Rip roaring. How? How be so hot? It was literally at the same temp for a long fucking time. A light boil for like an hour. This isn't nearly as bad as the one before. Just work that off the bottom. Make sure we don't keep a problem in waiting. The bottom of our... Endless recipes I need to learn. And only way is to try them out. You're inspiring, man. Hey, cool. Awesome. I will say good resources are a must, right? Because I can just look up massaman curry and like it I'm gonna get some really shitty recipe online. It's not gonna be what I want, right? It's gonna be really bad. Like I this is several years ago. I looked up massaman curry and it called for like apple and like a bunch of stuff, and we did it with shrimp. It tasted good, but it didn't taste like massaman curry, right? And so you want to find good resources, right? So for Latin food, that would be like Rick Bayless. I know there's a guy off of Epicurious that does really good stuff. Rick Martinez, who was part of Bon Appetit. Like, there's a lot of stuff. I don't know. So cultivating good resources, I think, is the first thing. Because if I don't know what it's supposed to taste like exactly, how the hell am I going to know if it tastes right? Unless it's coming from like a reputable source. So that's half of it, right? Otherwise, you'll just be heading in the wrong direction. And then even if you do it right, you won't know if it, it just won't be, I don't know, something. But yes, I'm glad to be of service. Well, that's going and that's going. Might as well try another. Agreed. Definitely need to get rid of the habit of picking, or get in the habit of picking up legit cookbooks or venturing out and discovering other cooks. Yeah, I think the internet is such a great resource for those sorts of things, especially like videos. Like, I know Claire Saffitz is going to make a real deal whatever dessert she's making, and actually utilizing the knowledge by getting my ass to the grocery store. Oh, yeah, for sure. But like, yeah, dessert person, right? It isn't just a book that I picked up. I watched a bunch of videos of her like, here's how you make a starburst from scratch or a butterfinger from scratch. Like this is a very anal retentive person, and that lends very naturally towards baking, right? Or, the Thai cookbook I've been cooking out of for a while is the Pak Pak cookbook, which Pak Pak was a very successful chain in the Pacific Northwest, right? And so it already has its like people would come to the West Coast, they would come to the Pacific Northwest before COVID and they closed to have Pak Pak. Oh, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Now's my chance to try some real deal Thai food, right? And so when I see the Pak Pak cookbook, it's not just another Thai cookbook. It's got weight and gravity behind it. You know what I mean? Like the person who made the book has like a laundry list of irrefutable evidence as to why it's like why it's worth getting, right? Why it's a good resource. Well, and the thing is, I never had Pak Pak either, right? And they're closed now. So since COVID, they closed all their restaurants. They're done. And so yeah, there's enough information out there to audit. Have you have a cookbook from them though? Yeah. Just look up Pak Pak cookbook on Amazon. You can get it for like I think like $20. I did a couple run throughs of their stuff. I did one a couple months ago, like 3 months ago, and I did one a couple weeks ago. Yeah, and like I was wrapping. Yeah, I cook. No, yeah. I cook them through though. Seriously, puck puck. So it's the onomatopoetic. It's the sound of the pestle and mortar. Puck 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 puck. Right. And this is like real Thai food, right? I made a fruit salad that had like green papaya and all of this shit in it. I had to go to like a specifically a Thai grocery store to pick up half of these ingredients. I was like making my own curry paste and like marinating fish in it and then wrapping it in banana leaves and smoking it on the smoker with like and then I smoked some eggplants and made like a salad out of it with like yeah, dude, it's like real. This is real stuff, right? There's no red curry, there's no green curry, right? There's no stoplight curry in there. Everything is like a real curry, right? Curry isn't a word in curry isn't a word in Thailand, right? There is a genre of food called gang, which is made so like you've got like pad Thai, pad CU. Awesome, we got a raid. Fuck yeah. We're about to do the action-oriented part of some of these frijoles refritos right now. And we're making mole. Howdy. We're making mole, chicken tacos. Got some rice going on. And we're making some frijoles refritos. Yeah. Sorry, producer is pointing out things. Howdy, howdy. I'm cooking. Yeah, frijoles refritos. We're making a red mole for with chicken for like a taco. And then currently I've got a salsa macha that I'm about to, blend up here, which is like a Mexican chili crisp. And then we're making chamoy as well. And trying out a couple cocktails. I had my sights on. I've got a birthday party that I'm hosting in a couple days. And so a lot of this is things that I can make now that will be good in a couple days. Because I've got an offset smoker out in the shade, or in the darkness back there. It's hard to see. And we're gonna do al pastor and like a bunch of stuff on the smoker. So some of this liquid. So we've got this like mash, and we've got the liquid, and we got the beans, and it's like kind of depends where you want to draw your line for flavor or consistency, rather, right? So I think we're gonna try to get this as mashed as we can because we're gonna have these beans here that are more whole. Let's That's enough mushed up beans. And we're gonna mix these together. Kinda. Maybe a bit thick. Can add a little bit more of that residual liquid. I'm really glad I saved this. Otherwise, would have been high and dry. There we go. These look pretty good. Refried. Or I guess refried is the mistranslation. Refrito, right? The re in frito, frijoles refritos, refers to like well. So it's a well done bean, not a refried bean. That's the spiel. Anyway, I don't know. There we go. That's what we like, you know. Something like that. Kind of coarse, but, you know. Yeah. All right. Cool. Check in on our mole. Almost ran into a bad scenario with some stickage on the bottom, but we pulled it off the heat. Managed to get everything kind of hunky-dory. All right. So there's that. And that. I'm going to move this back over here. And I believe I'm actually going to turn this heat down, off, even. We don't want to burn the bottom of this. Okay. Okay, here we go. We have our salsa macha, which we can, let me make sure. Also, don't want any stickage anywhere, if we can help it. Okay, I think we're done with this as well. We'll grab our immersion blender. All right. And this is chilies and nuts and sesame seeds, lightly fried in oil, and then vinegar has been added. Okay. I'm gonna get this shit everywhere. I just know it. Oh, with garlic too. A lot of garlic. Like I said, it's like a chili crisp. It was supposed to be all peanuts, but I didn't have quite enough peanuts. So I substituted with a little bit of pistachios. Yeah, immersion blenders are so good. I'm glad that there's no restrictions on them either, because it seems like an open blade like this might be a thing people would try to restrict, but it is just such a win that, like, there's no nanny state motherfuckers just getting you down, you know? Too much of a win. Okay, any big chunks of pepper? Not really. All right. Let's give this a taste. It is a salsa after all. So I will grab some chips. I think that's pretty good. Producer, would you like to try? We have an off-screen dedicated producer who works very hard to make sure that bots get booted from the chat. Let's see. Does he need more acid? Yeah. Maybe a little more vinegar. Could be warranted. Where did I toss all that shit? Oh, okay, it's over here. All right. I think this is probably the salsa macha. We can get working on our chamoy here. Very good. Chili crisp. Yummy. It's not even that hot. We'll put it in like a mason jar. Let's do that. Might as well use the right tools. Hey, it's something for producer to do. Get this bot out of here. And gone. Meow. All right. Scoop a little bit more of this. All right. And I'm actually going to rinse this out and rinse off the immersion blender because we're going to need both of these to make our chamoy. We're going to wash these off. Boom. Just like that right there. We'll close this guy up. Salsa macha. Fun. Yummy. Okay. Kind of want another cocktail. That's right. Ramp. I think it's time for another cocktail. Tiempo de cócteles. Cocktail time. Oh, you know what? Okay, I can get away with this. There's a drink that I want to make that requires ginger syrup, and I don't have ginger syrup, which is a bummer. But I do have some infusion that I made with ginger, which might be really good. So let's try that then. I think this is another Blanco tequila based cocktail. So we will grab our cimarron. I believe this is shaken though, so we'll need our shakers. And I remember there being, here, let's look up our ingredients just to be sure. Back to Instagram. Saved. It's called the Snap Out of It. It's ginger syrup, lime juice, pineapple juice, and tequila blanco. Instead of ginger syrup, we're going to use some pineapple mango chung that I have. We can use the lime juice, pineapple juice, and then I'm going to use the blanco tequila and a little bit of this ginger infused rum. I mean, there's things other than ginger in this infusion, but it's mostly ginger. It's like half ginger, and then there's a little bit of galangal and turmeric as well. So that'll be interesting. Cool. A shaken cocktail. That's right. So we need our fucking shaker. No, there's stuff in here. Oh, I hate when that happens. All right. Much better. All right. We want start with a small tin so we do not overwhelm ourselves. And we've got our chung. This is made by taking scraps of pineapple, so the rinds, or mango, or anything, right? There's good juice in there. And so you take that, and then you mix it with sugar, and the sugar pulls the liquid out of the fruit, and then you wind up with a wonderful fruit syrup that tastes like the raw version of the fruit, not cooked, right? If you were to make a simple syrup, you would end up with a cooked pineapple flavor. And it wouldn't even sit that long, so who's to say how much pineapple you'd get out of it, right? Kind of fun. It's a good way to use the rest of the pineapple, right? What the fuck am I supposed to do with the rest of this? You know, all this rind and stuff. I can compost it, but like that's not very, that's not super helpful exactly. I think we're gonna make this a little bigger than the spec calls for because I want a big cocktail right now. Let's see, we've got some limes over here. And let me grab another jigger. We got a bigger one here. All right. Let's figure out what we want to do. Let's see. God damn it. You open it and you close it and it's gone. That's the thing I hate about Instagram. Getting back to your saved stuff is such a fucking hassle. They just want you to scroll. It's not very helpful. It's good to find stuff. It's not good to remember stuff, though. Half ounce ginger, half ounce lime, 1 ounce pineapple, 2 ounce tequila. Okay, so this is a lot lighter than I was thinking. Or smaller, rather. Let's go with our 2 ounce tequila. I guess because you have the pineapple juice, and the pineapple juice is already really sweet. So we're going to add this. 2 ounces of tequila. And then I'm going to add like 3/4 of an ounce of this. This is called Zing by Dave Arnold. He's a cocktail guy. So it is equal parts rum. He uses vodka, but equal parts rum and then roots of things. So ginger, turmeric, and galangal. It's half ginger though. A little bit of turmeric and galangal. Makes it very savory. I enjoy it quite a bit. And that's fine. Okay, we're gonna add like half an ounce of this. An ounce of pineapple juice. This is pineapple chunks, so this should enforce that pineapple flavor, right? I think there might have been a little bit of mango in it as well. Shit, I should have shaken this. What else? He said I had to make the juice fresh. Fucking lucky or good. It's a good idea. I don't know. I just don't have the counter space to make fresh, right? And I don't have the pineapple. Well, I do have the pineapple, but I'm not going to use it for this one thing right now. Pineapple juice is fine. So I said half an ounce. I think I'm going to bump this up to like 3/4. Yeah, it's like somewhere between half and 3/4. And then sal. We've got, this is 20% saline solution. You salt your food, why wouldn't you salt your drinks? Okay. And let's give it a shake. All right. The fun thing about shaking with pineapple is it makes this wonderful foamy head, always. All right. Let's have ourselves a taste. That's pretty good. I will say, I will admit, I'm getting a little more turmeric than ginger out of this. But it's nice. Perhaps a more biting ginger would be better, but it's all good. We're playing around. And I didn't have ginger syrup. It's better to try than to not even try at all, right? I will enjoy it, for sure. All right, chung back in the refrigerator. All right. Chamoy time. How's this looking? Yeah, that's looking gloopy as hell. In a good way. I think we're very nearly ready for me to just pull all this stuff out and blend things together. Let me add another round of water. We'll do the chamoy up, and then we'll try and blend some things. It's been going for almost 3 hours. More time cannot hurt. Oh, that can hurt though. Is that a piece of plaster in my foot? It sure is. From the plate that broke earlier. Fuck. Ow. Don't do that. Not very nice. Yeah, yeah, it is pretty refreshing. It's a good one. It's I don't know. It's one of those things, right? We're talking about like vetting our sources. This guy makes drinks, and a lot of people are guilty of this, restaurants and things included. A lot of these drinks look really good. But do they taste good? Who fucking knows, right? I've been to many restaurants that are like, we have these awesome cocktails. I buy one cocktail and it's just meh. And it was like $13 for this fucking Boulevardier or whatever. And it's just fine. But like the thing with cocktails is the vibes are almost always off the charts. And so to guess as to the substance, it is just a crapshoot, right? So the best way to do that is to try a couple things, right? I tried a thing from this guy earlier. Yeah, I've been disappointed more than not while going out for a drink. Exactly, right? At least with a beer, you know what kind of beer you're gonna get, or a variety of wine, like you know what like a Merlot tastes like, or what a Malbec tastes like, for the most part. Once you tried a couple, four of them, you tried all of them. But all these cocktails, right? It's mix and match. It's all custom stuff. And most of the time, there's no way to know if it's good until you've had it. And then you get to decide. He did really good, this other. What the fuck was this? Sorry, just giving credit here. And then I can say what his other thing was that I tried. It was a Verdita Mescalita, which is a. Verdita is like where you blend pineapple with cilantro and mint and jalapeno, and you make this like green juice. People use it as a chaser, but he shook it with tequila. It was very good. That was a really awesome one. I made that with pozole verde. It was very good. Everything was super green, not just a bartender on Instagram. Kind of a scruffy, almost mullety sort of guy, but yeah, he's pretty good. This one, pretty middle of the road. I bet I could make it better, or it would be more true to his vision if I had the ginger syrup, but I just don't have it. All right, chamoy time. Time for chamoy. Sorry. So many distractions. So many things. Refritos, salsa, macha, chamoy. Okay. We want dried apricot, Jamaica flowers, hibiscus, right? Jamaica. 2 guajillo chilies, 4 arbol chilies, half a cup of sugar, 3 tablespoons of tahine, 6 tablespoons of lime juice, and a tablespoon of salt. In a medium saucepan, combine apricots, jicama, guajillo, and arbol with 1.5 cups of water. Let's do that. Okay. So we have our apricots. I got these from a bulk section at Winco, and honestly, I'm a little disappointed with them. They're not as vibrantly flavored as I would like. We got these hibiscus flowers. Wonderful. I got 2 of those because I love hibiscus. Might as well stock up for the summer. Guajillo and arbol. Back to our pepper game. I want big guajillo. There's a couple big guajillo. For arbol. Yeah. Okay. Here, I think this is few enough to actually get away with. We're basically going to make a tea of this and like blend it with some other things and then strain it through a sieve. And then I believe then we add our sugar and tahini and lime juice. Cup. ¿Dónde está? Cup. This one. Thank you. Yeah, it's fine. That one's a little better. Just wish they had a little more flavor. Our cup. How much? Jicama, Jamaica. Half a cup. And then our stuff. You gotta be careful with hibiscus. It will stain everything. So once this gets into water, you have dye. Sure, that's like half a cup or a whole cup. It doesn't matter to me. I got a whole nother one of these. We're rolling in flowers. All right. And then we've got few enough of these peppers that I can just do it here with the compost. Break it up in smaller pieces. I haven't been doing that, and I think maybe I should have been. It didn't explicitly call for it, and most of the time Rick Bayless in his vids will be like, you need to break them into little pieces and do this and exactly this with them. But he didn't really do them in any of these recipes. And I feel like I was a little worse for wear. All right, to 1.5 cups of water. Time to make some tea, some pepper tea. All right. From here, oh, half cup sugar, 3 tablespoons tahini, 6 tablespoons, 1 tablespoon. Combine everything, bring to a full boil, let stand, cover, remove from the heat, cover and let stand for 30 minutes. Pour the mixture into a blender. Add sugar, tahini, lime, and salt. Blend until completely smooth. Pour into a storage container. He definitely sieved this in the video. Huh. Maybe the... No, we don't want to use the lime. Huh. Confusing me. I'm going to take a quick dip into his mole video. Just to make sure that I sieve this if it needs to be sieved. So he does it for a long time. And then he blends it. Blends a bunch of shit together. No, he just pours it straight back in. Okay, so he's not sieving. Okay. We sieve the tahine, but we don't, or the chamoy, but we do not sieve the, unfortunate. The recipes are not the same as the videos. Perhaps it doesn't matter all that much. I know he's very anal retentive when it comes to the sieving for the black mole, like the real deal mole you make for Christmas and weddings and shit. Yeah, he does a sieve. I'm looking at it right now. Okay. So sieve for the chamoy, no sieve for the mole. That's fine. Just use this to crack ice. So get that going. So after we pull this off the heat, we should be able to pull the chicken, and I think we can do our whole this guy part. And then we'll let that go for like another hour or so while we prep up. I think I'll make some tortillas here. That might be good. Make some tortillas. Tortillas. I will say, turmeric infused with alcohol is such a great flavor. It adds this like round, savory quality. If you're looking for savory things to add, infuse liquors with turmeric. Like that zing, I believe it is one, or it is, sorry, excuse me. It is 1 part galangal to 3 parts turmeric to 4 parts ginger. So it's half ginger, and then the other half is mostly turmeric with some galangal. I will say that turmeric really outweighs everything else, and it adds such like a savory quality. Which, if you're looking for like a round bite, like a meaty quality, it's just like so good. I was doing that zing with. If you were tuning in when I first made it, I also made a lemongrass infusion, and I mixed those both together, and then I took some tamarind, some wet tamarind that comes in the brick, and I made a simple syrup out of that, and I just mixed all those together, and it looked like this sludge, but it was so fucking good. It was like a thing where you drink it and you're like teleported to like a boat going up like a river in Cambodia or something. It was very, very like, it was like Ratatouille, where he eats the thing and he like is full out of body experience. I need to make more of that stuff for this weekend for the carne asada, because we've got our liquid pad capral cocktail. We've got that, and then I've got like spicy tequila for like margaritas and stuff. You haven't seen it? I don't have the tamarind. I can make some of it here. I normally make it in this guy, but if we pull this off the heat and we just add it to the blender with stuff, I know it's the one with the ratatouille. I thought you meant the drink. Yeah, it is the one with the mouse. Basically, the food review guy, they like, I don't know who does it or whatever. They like sleuth into his background. Actually, I don't think they do that at all. But basically, they make ratatouille, which is like a peasant's meal with like just vegetables. It's like vegetarian, but they like ornament it like in a way that like people don't never even did. Like if you see Ratatouille, if you look it up, it looks like how it does from the movie, but before the movie, nobody ever made it that way. So it's like a peasant's meal of like vegetables and tomatoes, right? And he ate it, and then he like transported back into when he was a kid, and he was eating it, and his mom made it for him. And imagine that, but instead of eating something, you drink this like brown sludge, and then you like wake up and you're like Rambo on the riverboat going up the something or other. I don't know. It was cool. It's really cool. Right? Maybe Rambo's not a good example. You don't kill anyone. You have a good time and you hang out on a boat on a river. There are drinks that inspire rage, but sorry, there are drinks that inspire rage, but that's not one of them. Sorry if I'm over elaborating on something that doesn't need to be over elaborated. I don't know. It's just one of those things where like I gave that drink to like 4 or 5 different people and everyone tasted it and they like looked at it and then they like looked at me and then they went, "Whoa." But that whole sequence of events for everybody took like 15 seconds. You know what I mean? People don't drink it and go, "Oh, that's good." They drink it and they examine it. And they think about their life. And then they look at you and they go, "Whoa." You know? Yeah. I don't know. All right. Oh, this was going to be for tortillas. Yeah, that's fine. We'll heat it up. Turn it on. Okay, and then I think we can turn this off. And it's blending time for this guy. I think I need a new. I guess we're done with the beans, really. Maybe the beans can just go away. Or go find a home elsewhere. Back to the trivets over here. Okay. Away with ye. Okay. And it's 10:30, so that's the time for counting for. Okay. Washing another thing out. Constantly washing, cleaning the same containers. I'm just gonna straight up kill the heat on this side here. turn that off. And we want to make sure that we're not sticking. Okay, this mole is starting to get there for sure. We will have something presentable and eatable by the end of the stream, but I will let you know right now. After the stream goes off, this is going to cook more. And I think it would be almost disrespectful not to. Just needs more time than a stream can allow. But we can do our best to make something that's very tasty. Okay. And this one can be turned off. Let's add a little bit of oil here. We can make that around the pan. Let that evaporate. Oh, okay. Cool. Now we can pull our chicken. We can let all this cool off, right? And this leaf can go over there. Was there a scum spider? Probably don't want any scum in our stuff. Quick rinse off. Try to pull everything out of here. All right. So we got our chicken broth here. It's looking pretty good. Looking pretty thick. Might even be able to add some water to this and it will be fine. As if... Yeah, there we go. All right. Good broth. We can pull this And then any extra broth off the bottom of this that we... Okay, more shards of ceramic in my foot. That's good. Can't believe it's taken this long for me to break a plate. Okay, and then we'll let this cool off. We'll see where we're at. Pull this forward. This is basically done. And this is looking very umami. Second go, or second of 3 goes. This is a bit far. We'll put it over here. It's fine. I guess we had almonds. We could have added almonds to the salsa macha. It's what else. The vacuum on this immersion blender, it really wants to pull to the bottom and just sit there. Let's check for consistency. Right, we don't want any. Okay. Turned out to be not too. All right. Now I'm gonna check for flavor. I think it's pretty good. Just needs that more time, you know? I think like chunks of the black pepper. I'm gonna add a little more of that sugar. Asada. I'm just gonna grab it with a hand. Add that. Another quick taste. Yeah, come on. There we go. Pepper's starting to pop a little better. That's pretty good. I think it just needs time. It just needs a lot of time. I'm gonna just put it back here. Let it sit on like ultra low. All right. It is 10:43. We are in the Pacific Northwest, Pacific Standard Time. I think we can make some tortillas. Get some of our cheese together. All right. What about this chicken? Does chicken taste good? Of course it does. This chicken thigh, it tastes amazing. This is why I don't mind making some things vegan when the demand arises. Or I've got some friends who are Muslim in one of our D&D groups, and they need like halal food. It is so easy to make something tasty, just regular, when you have nothing to impede you, right? I just boiled chicken with salt, and it tastes like it's speaking to my soul. You know what I mean? I don't know. Tortillas. Come on. Buddy, you're fine. Okay. I'm going to bust the kettle back out, actually. Some hot water. If you add hotter water to your masa, it will it allows it to absorb more water. So using hot water versus regular water ends up making you able to hydrate it better. We are going to follow the Maseka thing, the instructions, and it should be just. I'm just gonna do a half because the full deal makes says 8 tortillas, but oh no, it's asking for 8 tortillas. The other side. Where the fuck is the instructions? 2 cups with 1.5 cups of water. And then it makes 19. Yeah. I think I'm good. I think we don't need to make 19. Let's do half of that. So we'll do a cup of flour, 3/4 a cup of boiling. Okay. Just have water in it. Barely. All right. I think we can pare some of these things down. Put things back where they go. There's going to be some children at the thing. So we got some Doritos. Is it warm? Is it hot? We'll go with the 3/4 right now. That's fine. Looks pretty hot to me. And then you don't want to burn your hands, right? You just poured really hot water. So you mix it up with a fork. So it gets well incorporated, right? Got a little bit of masa here. I guess before it was maseca, and now it's masa, right? Dried masa. All right. All right. The masa needs to sit for a while, and I believe most everything is kind of waiting. So I think it's about time I take a little break. So I will be back in probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't know. I have to go to the bathroom. Producer? Producer! Where art thou, producer? I need to take a break. I will return very soon. Oh! All right, we're back. I gotta make tortillas. I gotta put the tacos together. I gotta blend up this chamoy, and I think I'm gonna make a margarita with this chamoy. And yeah, and then we got the beans, the salsa macha. This is looking pretty good. Yeah, we're closing in on it. Sorry, I just really had to go to the bathroom. Um, this smells wonderful. I will say that. And we're in on our third of 3 blends for the day with the immersion blender. Let me pull up. I just want to know how much, come on, of the rest of the stuff. So now we just add everything else. Half a cup of sugar, 3 tablespoons tahini, 6 tablespoons lime juice, 1 teaspoon salt. Okay, so we need a bunch of lime juice. And then we blend it up, press it through a sieve. And that's chamoy. Okay, sugar, half cup sugar. 3 tablespoon tahini. I believe 3 tablespoons is a cup, or is it a quarter cup? Sorry, it's not a cup. Here, I can close out a bunch of these because I've already finished them. Journal. Let's see. Tablespoon. To cup. Okay, so what is like a quarter cup? Is 4. Okay. So we can use a quarter cup. There we go. That makes things easier, right? That's a third cup. There we go. Here's another quarter. So we want half a cup of sugar, most of a quarter of a cup of tahini, and 1.5 quarter cups of lime juice. I don't know if that's more helpful to you, but it's more helpful to me. That's for sure. All right. Tahini. I know we have it over here. I don't think we use it all that much, but I swear to God. I swear to the Lord above, we've got it right over here somewheres. Oh, motherfucker. This is the day where we actually need the tahini. And he vanished. Just when the world needed tahini the most, he vanished. Oh, here it is. I found it. Perfect. All right. So most of a quarter cup. And then here, I'm just going to all right. 3/4 of a quarter cup. 3/8 of a cup. All right, and now we need 1.5 of those of lime juice. I'm gonna cut up a couple more limes. Where did I place those limes? They're in a bag over here, I swear. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to cut it with the other knife because then the chamoy is gonna taste like onions. I don't want that. Piece of fucking porcelain. Don't get in my foot. Thank you. How much are we looking at here? All right. There's a quarter cup. Now we need another half a quarter cup. So let's see if these next 3 halves will be enough. Probably. I'm hoping so. There you go. That's another half. All right. So this is all our ingredients, essentially. Now we just need to blend this and strain it, and we have chamoy. Last blend of the night. Blend this shit into other shit. Yummy. All right. Straight into the sieve. There you go. This is perfect sieve stuff. I feel like this is like still really thick in here. All right. That is some chamoy. The rest of this will be done at a later time. Sorry, this is getting really long in a way where like you hit a wall and you just get fucking waylaid by fatigue and sadness. I'm sorry. This is chamoy. And it tastes great. Honestly, I can see why everyone likes it. Wait, did I add the salt to it? Did I add the extra salt to it? I don't think I did. Fuck. There's supposed to be extra salt. God damn it. I knew I was forgetting something. Well, we have chamoy. Okay. I just want to make, god damn it, another fucking piece of porcelain stuck in my foot. This is never ending. Stepping on little bits of glass the whole night. Sorry. We are so very close. I'm just going to make a tortillas and we're going to put them on a fucking plate with some beans and tacos. And we're going to make a little margarita with our chamoy rim. And we're going to call it a wonderful stream because it's been a pretty good stream. Let's be real. It's been a good stream. Tortilla press. Little secret for everybody. If you want your tortilla press to work, you need to basically use a bag. This is the only way it works. Is using a straight up bag. Perfect. God damn. This is getting too long. I'm sorry. My masa is a little too dry. Gonna mix it just a tad more water here. Time to make some quick tortillas. I'm just gonna crank it. The heat. I will say I'm not the best tortilla man there's ever been. I know you do the thing where you flip it over. You want it extra perfecto mundo. Come on. Go in the pan. Be hot, pan. All right. And now let's grab some of our chicken. Just going to put it in a little bowl. We're going to mix it with some of our mole. And that will be pretty good filling for our tacos here. I'll do the rest of this en la mañana. It's still really hot. Shredded chicken and mole. Just gonna I might sieve this tomorrow. I'm not sure. Thinking about it. Just feels like against the rules not to sieve it, especially when you spend so much time on it. But the other one you do sieve and you spend not all that much time on it. Maybe he forgot. He didn't do it in the video. I don't know. All right. So we've got our mole, chicken. Mix this together. I might add a little more mole just to get it nice and liquidy. Sorry, I'm not like abuela. I'm not good enough at the tortilla hands to do it all by hand. And I'm making these big monster tortillas. A more patient man would make a smaller tortilla. I am certain. I'm at least doing the double flip right? We press it twice. So there's that. I'm not skipping everything. We'll grab a little wet paper towel. Ooh, it is hot. Maybe a little too hot. God damn it. No. No. Get in there. Become taco. Fulfill your destiny. Become a taco. I'm just gonna kind of drape that damp thing over it. Okay. From here, what else do we have? We've got. You know what? I have an idea. If you've made it thus far, you passed the test. And we've got this fermented curtido we've been fermenting. And maybe I'll use that as a topper for our. Here, let me set up a way to get stuff out of it. And we might take a little out and put it on a plate. And then top our mole tacos with a little bit of fermented curtido. How does that sound? That sounds pretty cool to me. Ooh, this is probably altogether too hot. No. Friend. No. Fallen soldier. Just need like a little one of these guys. Perfect. And we need to not drop this on my foot. Smash my toes. Okay. We've got a good head of liquid on this. This is a good check-in point. Smells really good. Okay, that's probably plenty for on our tacos. Oh yeah, it tastes awesome. I can't wait for a couple days from now. It's gonna be ooh so nice. All right. Actually, just gonna put this right here as part of my ensemble. That's all right. We've got rice. Got a little bit of rice and beans. Perhaps I'm being too callous with these tortillas. Perhaps not callous enough. We'll get there. We're doing it. We're living the dream. Hey, see? Improvement. All right, and we'll make our chicken tacos with that and that. And let me put together a little. Let's grab some beans. Some frijoles. Really good. I like those quite a bit. Got some rice and beans. We'll make up our tacos. Make a little margarita. Call it a day. I got a little bit of tortilla yet. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, no, we have queso fresco. That's fine. Queso fresco's okay. Oh, we do have a little bit of tortilla. Fuck yeah. I found you. Tortilla, queso fresco. That's parsley, not cilantro. I'm seeing no cilantro. That's fine. Just use a little bit of scallion instead. That's fine. Couple of these. Oh. Yeah. Am I fucking these up? Is he bad? No. No, they're good. I mean, that one's a little better. I'll say that. You just need to dial into the temp. Okay. Just gonna crumble this over the top. Sorry, trying to make a little photo op. That's what we try to do at the end of these. And then we post it to an Instagram to try to sell it on Facebook Marketplace. And I got a little bit of this home fermented hot sauce too. We could use a little bit of this if we want. We got some things. Might not have some cilantro, but we've got, everything else. No, that's fine. Whatever. Okay. 2 more tortillas. No. No. Okay. We're gonna grab a new glass so we can do the chamoy rim. Yeah? That looks pretty official. I like it. All right. Done with this. I'm just gonna give this mole chicken a taste here. Solid. Okay. Oh shit. I'm fucking on my rim. My rims. All right. Getting our home stretch photo op in order. Just need a little garnish. Make a little margarita. Put together some tacos. We are right as rain. Quickly, make a margarita. Go. Okay. We're going to this guy. Is it an ounce and a half or is it an ounce? It's an ounce. Okay, we're gonna here. Let me grab some ice. God, getting ahead of myself. All right. Ice. We're gonna do an ounce Blanco tequila. Whoop. God damn. Going to town. All right. We're gonna do half ounces of Grand Marnier. And I have a homemade spicy tequila with peppers we grew. Should play well into the chamoy, right? Half ounce. This stuff is rather spicy. I grew a bunch of Peruvian peppers last year. And other things. We tried to grow ghost peppers, and they didn't really, we got some that were like kind of half formed. They didn't exactly. It's one of those where it just like all the energy goes into making the peppers more wilted than making them like more ripe. And you're like, fucking, come on, man, come on. Okay. And from here, we want another lime. I want most of an ounce of lime. Oh, hey, look at that. This is probably done. Oh. Torcha. I need to soak this in more water. You know what? Let's leave this on and let's add another towel with more water. That's probably what it needs more than anything. Not quite an ounce. Exactly what we want. Not quite an ounce. Perfecto. Mundo. All right. And just a little bit of salt. I'm too lazy to turn around. No, it's a bit short. Whoops. Oh, you know what I forgot? Some simple. That's what I needed. Something. Missing something. Need some syrup. Yes, sir. I'm just going to free pour an amount. Less than an ounce. Hopefully. There we go. It's taller. Yeah. There we go. Fuck yeah. A funky pineapple. Yes, sir. All right. We're getting very close. So very close. Just waiting for these tortillas to do their stuff. Might just grab another plate. Start plating the other tacos. Because we've got tortilla. Right, they need to sit and steam for a little bit, right? How about 3 tacos? How's that sound? just trying to get a little for over the top, right? Mole, chicken mole taco. Here, sorry. I'll turn this off. Okay, just put this back here. What do you think it needs? Does it need hot sauce? Does it need onion? Oh, wait. I just want, yeah. The tacos, I just want the cotija and lime. I think that's all it needs. And onion, yeah. Just gonna use the rest of the cotija over here. That's fine. With the curtido, right? We'll add a little bit of green onion. We don't have any cilantro right now. It's fine. And then I'll add a little bit. What? Is it too much? Is it bad? Am I dumb? Producer has words to not say. I'm just gonna do like an X or a slash. Does that look like anything useful? Does it look like an accent? Yeah? Okay. An accent. Mayhaps. All right. Tacos. Okay. I'm pulling this so I can lean over something that isn't quite as much hot stuff. It's fine. Okay. Time to try this stuff. Let me grab another fork. I can't remember what I use for anything. We've got our tacos. We've got our curtido. We've got homemade chamoy. A spicy margarita. What more could you want? Sleep? All right, let me go at one of these fucking tacos. We're back. Look at that. More laughs. You know? Great. Producer thought I was pointing for a pose instead of pointing out the fact that on her watch the camera turned off again.
Trying to get pictures for when you can get emotes.
That'd be a good one. The pointing one. We got that. We got this curtido. It isn't quite entirely fermented to the point where it's sour, but it has mellowed into such a nice flavor. This with just a little bit of acid is just like, man. Yeah. Fuck yeah. More to come. Next week. Fucking Saturday. Find me. I'm out there. I exist. And there's going to be this and more. At my place. Hosting a carne asada for someone's birthday. It's going to be pretty good. So, you know. Tune in next week. We're here Thursdays, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time. Have some real food. I don't know. Get out there. Do something. Anyways, have a good one. I hope you found what you're looking for. Thanks for coming. Bye.